What's going on, everybody? So, I actually remembered to play the music and the opening this time. It's only the third time I've streamed in almost a year, so. Um, Today, I've been going. So, recently, I released three albums. When did I release these? Let me look. November of last year. November 13th, I released two albums and an EP for Fog Warrior, which is the logo you're looking at right now. That actually says Fog Warrior, although probably can't make it out. I hand drew that. Um, I have been wanting. So, my name is Jonathan Evil. You'll see in a minute. There's a small picture of me on my Bandcamp page. You'll see that in a minute. I am a musician. I have like 15 different projects that I do, of which I'm the only person in it for most of them. What you're staring at now is Fog Warrior, which is my atmospheric black metal project. And then the one I've done the longest is Evil Traumagistus. Then on top of that, I have stuff I do that's classical music, like symphonies and nonettes. I have techno stuff I do. I have two band camps. I have the one you're going to see, which is the main stuff I do, and then I have another one that I call my happy music. So, um, so today what we're going to do is we're going to go through all of the Fog Warrior stuff that I have released. It's all on Bandcamp except for one album, the Whilst Rooted in Obscurity, that was released with the aid of Via Nocturna Records out of Poland, of which out of the 200 copies I had that I was given, I still have 199 of them, 198 of them. So yeah, because I traded one, and then the other one was the tester I played in the car, so I could hear what it sounded like. Um, but everything else has been on Bandcamp because Bandcamp is awesome. I can put it up for free. People can listen to it for free. If you buy it, then Bandcamp takes their little bit. If you go through um, like regular record companies and whatnot, then you get like 0.1% of 0.1% of what the record makes. And if they give you any money at the beginning, you don't get anything until your record is sold enough to pay that back. So screw that. I'll go through Bandcamp. I'm fine with that. Um, so a little history of me. I got to change my. I just noticed on my Bandcamp the town is incorrect. I've been a musician most of my life. I started writing songs when I was 15. I'm 53 now. I started writing songs when I was 15. When I was in fourth grade here in America, I started at that time. You could not play in band yet because that was sixth grade, and you couldn't play in orchestra. That was fifth grade. So when I found that out in fourth grade, I decided I was going to teach myself how to play drums. And I remember vividly grabbing two pencils and trying to get my hands to do different things at the same time. So I'm self taught in drums and pretty much everything I play. I learned, somebody showed me how to do a power chord and a bar chord on the guitar, and everything else I've taught myself. Uh, and it was funny because when I first started doing it, when I was just getting into high school, I had a book of piano chords that showed you the chords on the piano. And then I had taken the guitar and got a piece of graph paper and mapped out what each note was on the guitar neck if you had it in standard tuning, E, A, D, G, B, E. And then I would transpose the piano chords from the book I had to the guitar, and then I was teaching myself to play that way. I am, like I said, I'm 53 right now. I am going through a divorce. I don't live in Exeter, California, like it says on my Bandcamp. I actually live in Crescent City, California. So if you look at a map of California, I am in the top left corner, right next to the Oregon border. I live in California. I work in Oregon. Um, and when I show you my Bandcamp, please go spend millions of dollars on it so I never have to work again. That would be awesome. I think I've sold one song in the years I've had this up because I don't do public relations. So what I'm doing right now is making me very uncomfortable because I have a very serious social anxiety disorder. And if I was pre-recording this and I could cut and stop and change and do that kind of stuff, that'd be great. But I'm firing from the hip. I don't have anything written down, and so this makes me very nervous because I know I'm going to screw things up. But this is something I've been wanting to do. And then I also want to probably do a podcast that I was going to call what my autobiography was going to be, which is "I am broken." Parentheses. I know this and I'm fine with it. Stop trying to fix me. Close parentheses. But I'm going to do that, I think, as a podcast and just go over my life. It's going to be insanely boring. Nobody's going to want to hear it. But as far as I know, I don't have any children. I have an awesome stepson and an awesome stepdaughter. But like I said, I am going through a divorce. I'll go over that in the podcast. Don't feel sorry for me. It's my fault. Uh, but as far as I know, I don't have any kids. As far as I know, nobody's come forward anyway. And I'm 53, so you think they would have by now. Uh, and I don't have anybody to leave my story to. And when my father passed away last year, I thought, I've known him as dad all my life. I never knew him as Donald, the guy he was. I knew him as dad. So, and the same with my mom when she passed away 14 years ago. I just knew her as mom. I didn't know her as Karen. So, I don't want to just disappear, have my music that nobody's ever seen, be the only thing that is left of me. So I figured I would just do this podcast that nobody's ever going to hear, and then we'll go from there. So, very short history of me musically. I come from a very musical family. So, my sister, when we were younger, we were forced to go to church, be part of the Mormon church. My sister always sang solos in church. My mother, when she was 15 years old in the 1960s, she was offered a recording contract to sing country music. And my grandparents told her, hell no, you're in school. You're not going to do that. Um, her dad, my grandfather, he was a bluegrass mandolin and harmonica player. But I guess when he was younger, I didn't find this out until right before he passed away. He was a clarinet player and tried to start a big band. I never knew that about him. And then his wife, my grandmother, her dad, my great grandpa John, was a country guitar and fiddle player. On my dad's side, my dad was very musical, but he never did anything with it because he was too busy, providing for a wife and three kids. And his mother, my grandma, her brother was a local country music celebrity in Arkansas. So much so that he was like the golden child in my grandmother's eyes because he was so popular in that area. And then me, I have a sister, like I stated first, and I have a younger brother. My sister's older. My brother is musical. He doesn't play a lot of music because had a he had valley fever when he was younger that screwed up his nervous system, which I'll go over in the podcast. And then me, I have, like I said, this a severe social anxiety disorder. I feel like I should not be around people, and if I am around people, I'm in the way. Like at work the other day, I had to call HR because I sent them an email and nobody was replying. So I called them, and when I was talking to the lady, Terry, I told her, I go, I don't like calling you because I feel like I'm interrupting something or I'm bothering you and I'm making your day worse. That's how I feel 24/7. So you can see why my wife divorced me. So a lot of times I would just fall back into music and I would just put on my headphones, listen to music, and just ignore the planet. So when I was younger, it was whatever mom and dad were listening to. So I got into a lot of oldies. Dad loved Jim Croce. He loved Leon Redbone. Mom loved a lot of country music, which I can't stand. There's one country song I like. Well, it's not even country; it's bluegrass. But um, and then as I was getting into the middle teen years, and I didn't have to go to church anymore, I started branching out to try and find what I wanted to listen to. And that went all over the place, from classic music to when rap first came out to popular music to obscure music. And then finally one day, my sister's first husband was listening to Iron Maiden, and I thought, those are really interesting drums. That doesn't sound like the boring stuff I listen to on the radio. And so I started getting into metal, because it seemed like a bigger challenge for the drums. And then that proceeded into me, and something I'll go over in the podcast, going in the whole different direction of the Mormon church and starting to write much, much darker lyrics. And so when I would let things get me really frustrated and whatnot, instead of raging and yelling and screaming at people, I would sit down and write song lyrics. I'll give you a quick example. I had a lady, one of the bands I was in, we would go to a place called Lions in Visalia, California when it was open, which was a 24-hour restaurant. And we would sit and, like, each of us would order a soda, and they had bottomless drinks. So we wouldn't order any food. We'd all order a soda and then sit there for 4 hours with them just refilling the soda. And I remember we were sitting there one day, and one of the waitresses left a note on the table. And I picked it up, and it said, "Hey, I think you're kind of cute. Do you want to go? Would you like to go out?" And I looked at it, and I looked at the guys at the table, and they're all talking, and I was like, "This can't be for me." And so I looked over, and I saw her, and she was looking at me, and I pointed at it, and I mouthed, "Who is this for?" And she pointed at me, and I was like, "Me?" And she goes, "Yeah." And I was like, "Oh." And so I think for 4 years after that, I actually had that note pinned on the wall. But, geez, that just made me think of what my wall looked like back then. So much crap. Um, I don't even know why I went on that. Anyway, and if you hear me do something where I'm talking and I go, then just ignore that. I don't know why I do that. But, oh, so what I was doing with that story. So we went out, and then she was like, "Would you mind if we go to my cousin's house?" And I was like, "Sure." And we got there, and everybody was doing drugs. I don't do drugs. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I don't get on the soapbox and preach about it. I just don't do it. It's not my thing. And so I left. And then the next time I saw her at the restaurant, she told my friend, one of the guys who was there with us, that she would never want to go on another date with me because I wouldn't do drugs with him. And I remember it pissed me off so bad for some reason. I just put my head down and I wrote lyrics for four songs. And then when we got up to leave, Kurt, and that wasn't Kurt, it was Clark. It was Clark. Clark was there with us. He came walking up behind me, and he grabbed my jacket, and he was like, "Hey, don't you want your lyrics?" And I was like, "What lyrics?" And he goes, "You wrote these songs you wrote?" And I go, "I wrote these?" And I looked at him, and I don't even recognize him. I was like, "What? I did that?" That's what I do. I just there's one of the songs I was doing for Evil Trismegistus, my main project that I've had done for years, but it's gone now. But where I saw a girl that I thought was really pretty, and I thought, okay, way out of my league. And then I wrote a song about how bad I felt that I was not in her league, I guess. So a lot of Evil Trismegistus and, well, mainly Evil Trismegistus is mostly like an amorphic black metal. It is. It doesn't have any set thing. There's slow tracks, there's fast tracks, there's acoustic tracks, there's keyboard tracks. I mean, it's. And right now I'm working on a 23 track album for Evil Trismegistus called Infernal Land, based on Dante's Inferno. So that's in the works. But Fog Warrior is more of, because when I would write Evil Trismegistus songs, I would keep them short. I would keep them to 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. But I always would just, as I'm writing it, I'm like, I could do this, I could do this, I could take this in this direction. And so when I was married, I thought, you know what, I'm just gonna write until I'm done with the song. And so, like the first album for Fog Warrior, Sun Conquered, I think there's 4 tracks and it's almost an hour long. So I just took the constraints of regular music and just got rid of them, and I was like, I'm just going to write until I'm done. And then the second album, Motionless Nothingness, has a 1 track on it that's 25 minutes long. So we're going to hear it. We're going to go through it here in a minute. Um, when I first started playing music, I like I said, I'm self-taught and everything. The only classes I ever took in 5th grade, I took violin for a year, and then in high school, I was in choir and men's glee, and I do not have a good singing voice. Um, but I taught myself how to play music, and then and when I do the podcast, I'll go through all the history of all of that. I've been in bands. I have like a thousand songs written, but it seemed like every time I'd get in a group with somebody, they're always either just want to play cover tunes and get drunk, or they're just doing drugs and they're not serious. And I'm like, hey, I got 1,000 tracks. I want to get these things out. Come on. I've had good bands that I've been in, like Stand There and Bleed. That band was awesome. That was more like I can't. It didn't have a band feeling to it. It was more like just four guys hanging out. I mean, it was an awesome experience. Um, but Fog Warrior, like I said, when did I release Sun Conquered? I released Sun Conquered. Thank you for not starting automatically. In 2018. So I was married for about a year or half a year when I released this. Now, most of the tracks that are on it, some of the music and a lot of the lyrics were written back in the 1990s. Because, like I said, I'm 53. So, um, and with my social anxiety, a lot of times I'll record something and then I'll be like, I don't want to put that out. I want people to hear it because I have no confidence anymore. So I'm going to show you what we're going to go to right now. And like I said, I'll cover a lot more of this when I do the podcast. And I don't know how long each episode of the podcast is going to be. This little stream right here might go on for a while because, like I said, there's the first two albums, Sun Conquered and Motionless Nothingness, are like an hour long each with only 4 tracks. And then the EP Woods of Suicides, the EP Painful Exit from Beautiful Life. Then the full album that Via Nocturna helped me with, out of Poland, whilst reading in obscurity. And then the three I released last November, the full album of Strength and Sadness, the Dark and Shadow EP, and then the Ruined album, which originally was written as one track that's 45 minutes long, but that would be too big to put on Bandcamp because there's a size limit to how big of a song you can put on Bandcamp. So I had to chop it up into 8 different songs or 8 different parts of one song. So, and that's called Ruined. So I'll show you. Let's pop on over. There's the Bandcamp page. You can see, you can't see my mouse. Okay. Well, in the top left corner, you can see on there Jonathan Evil at bandcamp.com. That's this one. And then over here, you can see, you can't see my mouse, but you can see the little pluses popping up over the album covers when I move it. This picture over here, that's me from, I think, like 2006 when I was in Stand There and Bleed. That's me standing with my Rogue 6-string bass. Rogue is a cheaper bass. It was the first 6-string I ever bought because I wasn't sure if I wanted to play a 6-string bass. And it actually was good enough that and the band was serious enough that I decided to buy a PV grind 6-string bass afterwards. So that was actually, I think, our first gig that we played as a band. And you can't really make out the picture because it's kind of small, but I am standing looking to the left, holding the bass in front of me. I have fingerless gloves on. And behind me, there's a tree to the right and a building right behind me. The building right behind me is the bathroom of a park. We were playing next to the bathroom at a park in Tulare, California for some kid's birthday. He was a teenager, and it was the only way I can explain Stand There and Bleed was screamo slash emo slash like Avenged Sevenfold meets emo, I guess. Which is not the kind of music I play, but like I said, the people in the band, Steve and Joey and Jack Trauma slash Jack Mama slash Keone slash K1 slash Tom, the drummer, is one of the funniest people you'll ever meet in your life. And I love that experience. So, what we're going to go over today, this is going from latest release down to the older releases. This one here, the Palace Aaron Azanomas, I released. When did I release this one? I released at the same time I released these three here. These are the Fog Warrior. And then this is Evil Trimegistus. This ad on top, Evil Trimegistus, Residual Electrical Impulses of Tragedy, 1997 to 2005. That's a CD I did in a limited run of 50 copies that I paid for myself. It's got the demo from 1997, the demo from 1998, and a demo from 1999 on it, plus a track that was supposed to be a hidden track on one of those demos that I forgot about. And then it's got 2 new tracks on it. I've sold only one, and it went to the woman who would later be my wife, and I gave her her money back because I told her there's no way I'm ever going to make you pay for any of my music. But then, like I said, I don't advertise. I don't do PR because, well, honestly, with my anxiety, I don't think my music's good enough. So, like I said, this is not something that's comfortable. This is just something I want to do. So I still have, I think, 46 copies of that. Matter of fact, they're like, if I reach my arm over here to the right, they're about 2 feet away from me, on top of the box of all the Fog Warrior Whilst Rooted in Obscurity. So the releases I've done recently, these were last year. Palace Aaron Asinomus from Evil Trismegistus. This is Ruined by Fog Warrior. Oh, you can't see. I forgot. You can't. Oh, wait. Yeah, you can. You can see my mouse now. So this is Ruined by Fog Warrior. That's the one that was a 45-minute track that I had to break up into 8 tracks to make it fit. This is a Dark and Shadow EP. This is Strength and Sadness. So all 3 of these were released November 13th. Actually, all 4 of those were released November 13th of last year. Um, this one, Dark, this is a project I did back when I first got my Korg 707 performance synthesizer. I can't even say it. It's I wouldn't call it dungeon synth. It's just weird music I made. It's like Halloween weird keyboard music. That's all it is. This is Well Rooted in Obscurity. This is the album I put out with Via Nocturno Records out of Poland. Like I said, I got like 198 out of the 200 copies that I was given are sitting like 2 feet from me underneath the Evil Trismegistus box. This is A Painful Exit from a Beautiful Life EP. There's a track on this one. I think this one has. Oh, no, it's not this one. It's the one next to it. This one, The Woods of Suicides. This is Fog Warrior. This one has Arsenic Eater, which is a song I did not write to be atmospheric black metal, and it's weird. It's just weird. You'll hear it. This is an EP also. This is Motionless Nothingness. And you see here, this is Symphony of the Forgotten Souls. This is a 25-minute song. I'm not going to play it on here because it's also on this album, so I'm not playing it twice. And then this is Sun Conquered. This is the first one. Here's the Zyglor EP. That's me on guitar and bass, and I wrote the lyrics, and then my nephew Dosrith on drums, keyboards, and vocals. This is I'm a Mutemcag, Monument of the Motionless Nothingness. That is something that I don't want you to listen to because that was written in the lowest part of my life up until I just realized I had to have a divorce. So this is a very bad album to listen to. It is horribly depressing. I tried to get it on Encyclopedia Metallium, and they listened to it and said that's not metal. And I was like, wow. So, and then this one, Grave, by Psalm Tomb. Psalm Tomb was the first time I tried to do epic black metal, and I didn't care who did the lyrics. So there's 3 tracks on here that Dodgers did the lyrics on, but I wrote these with a whole different recording setup. They sound okay, but wow, are they different? So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna show you some stuff that I've never shown anybody. Giggity. So let's get into this. Is Sun Conquered. So this cover, like I said, I live in Crescent City, California now, not Exeter, and this is a picture standing on the coast, looking out over the ocean, because I'm 2 blocks from the ocean, on a normal day in Crescent City, where it's usually foggy, and so you can barely see the sun right there. Is getting lost in the fog, and that's why I called it Sun Conquered. That the logo that you see there. So like on this ad up here, you see this handwritten logo I did here. That says Evil, but the band's Evil Trismegistus. Here, this logo was done by Christoph Spiadl. I don't know how to say his last name. The Lord of the Logos. So I'll give that little story right now. Back in the day, before Facebook, there was a thing called MySpace. And I had an Evil Trismegistus MySpace because you could put music on it and play it. People could hear it for free and not have to buy the album, and they could hear what you're doing, and then they would want to purchase more stuff theoretically. You didn't see it, but I did the air quotations when I said that. I got an email from somebody I'd never heard of before, Christoph Spiadl, and it said, Evil Trismegistus, what a great Greek black metal name. would it be okay if I made a logo for you? And I was like, who is this person? I don't know who this guy is. I don't have any money to pay for that. And so I looked him up, and then I saw Christoph Sviata, Lord of the Logos, created thousands of black metal, death metal, heavy metal logos, including Emperor's logo, Old Man Child's logo, and Old Man Child's Born of the Flickering is one of my favorite albums of all time. And I was like, oh my God. And so I sent him an email real quick, and I was like, I would be very honored if you would do my logo, although I have no money. I don't know how I'd pay you. And he replied back, just give me some copies of your CDs when they come out. So I have, and since then, I have never released a CD. So because this one was released before that. So, oh wait, it might have been released after. I don't remember now. But this is Christoph's version of Evil Trismegistus with the gargoyles on either end. And I think you guys probably can't tell, but to me, where I did this little ad, this is a little bit crooked. It's tilting a little bit to the right. So, but this is the handmade logo I did for Fog Warrior. That says Fog Warrior. Um, the intro to this, Sun Conquered. So the way I was doing these albums, I would do an intro first and then tracks. And it was like, you'll see with the first ones, it's a short intro, long track, medium track, long track. Next album be the same thing. Intro, long track, medium track, long track. Um, like I said, I would just write until I was done. I have a project that I have music written for that I call the Old Project, OLDE, where my cousin called it blackened calculus metal because I was challenging myself to see if I could write stuff that was not overly complicated, but out of my comfort zone. So a little bit more technical than what I normally do. And I was writing a song called Cursed by the Failure of Sennacherib. And I was coming up with all this stuff, and I was writing it in my GP5 program, and I was coming up with all these different chords and things I wanted to do. And when I went back to play it, because at the time wasn't recording it, so I didn't have any way to tell how long the song was yet. And when I first timed it, it was 12 minutes long, and I was like, oh my God, this is too long. I can't do this. So I just stopped then. But like I said earlier, the second album, you'll see the track Symphony of the Forgotten Souls is 25 minutes long on here because I just got to the point where I was like, why? Why am I keeping them short? This style of music is never going to be on the radio in the first place. If people like it, they like it. If they don't like it, they don't have to listen to it. So this intro, the story behind it, and the title of the album came up from this picture. I did nothing to this picture but add the words down here and the logo on top. This is what the picture looks like. This was what the day looked like that day. Um, the intro, I had gone to see a movie. I don't know what movie with my wife, and I was watching the previews, and I thought, wow, the music all sounds the same in the preview. I bet I could write something like that. And so we came home, and I sat down in front of my recording software, and I wrote an intro like that you would hear in the back of a theater trailer. And when I was putting this together, I took that and I just added guitars over the top of it, and I made it Sun Conquered. So you'll see there's no lyrics. It's where it says lyrics, it's just instrumental. So, and the way I'm going to do this, when I start playing the track, I am not going to talk until the track is over. So when I do I Seek, it's almost 20 minutes long. It'll just be 20 minutes of the music playing, and then I'll talk about it either before or after. So, like I said with this one, it was me proving to myself that I could write a theater trailer, the music for a theater trailer. And the sounds you hear that sounds like a foghorn is actually, I think it's English horns. It's English horns playing the lowest possible note they can play. So, and then it's just insanely reverbed out. So it sounds like a foghorn, but I didn't make that connection. That has nothing to do with the name, and it's not what I was trying for. It was just the theatrical trailer had the exact same horns in it. So I did it because it was in the theatrical trailer, and when I got the software to play what I was writing, I was like, oh wow, that sounds just like it. I wonder if this is how they do it. So I think it's freaking hilarious that I didn't realize Fog Warrior had horns that sound like foghorns until I was like 4 albums into it. All right, so here's Sun Conquered. I don't know how loud this is going to be. I haven't tested it. And like I said, there's no lyrics. So this was written. It was released May 11th of 2018. Um, and then down here you'll see all music performed by me, all lyrics by me, cover photo by me, logo by me. If somebody gives me even like one note to play in a track, I will give them credit. I would put music by Jonathan Evil slash whoever, because I don't have the ego where I need to be in charge of everything. It's just my anxiety makes it easier for me to do it this way. And if anybody helps me with anything, I will 100% give them credit. I have songs that I've written that I will go over in my podcast with people that have nothing to do with any style of metal music whatsoever, who just gave me an idea and I wrote it, so I would give them credit for helping me with writing it. So here's the intro to Sun Conquered. Wow, that's quiet. Reverb for days. Okay, I turned my microphone down because hopefully that'll make the music come up louder. But and I don't know how well that came across. So if it did, you couldn't hear it very well, go to the Bandcamp page. You can listen to it 3 times before it'll tell you you need to buy it. So, um, like I said, that one was written, and I will show you right now. Let me see if I can get this to do this. Um, oh, it's not looking at it. There we go. Okay, so this is the Guitar Pro 5. It's a MIDI tablature to MIDI program that I use as a notepad when I write music. So what you just heard, all of this stuff you see on the screen right now is what you just heard. So when you heard the guitar and the horns in the beginning doing the little run it was doing, that is, you can't see the mouse. That is on the top bar there on the left. The first track, you see it goes 55753, 55758. That's the tablature of what that horn was playing. And then you see all the chords that were in there. Let's see. We're on the bass right now. Let me get it off the bass. There we go. Okay, so at the beginning, so this is the guitar upside down. So this is your low E string, E, A, D, G, B, E. Oh, you can't see them. Oh, you can't see the mouse. E, A, D, G, B, E. You see this D right now is red because that's where it's showing over here on the tablature. That's 5 on the A string, which is a D, which is showing you it's a D. And then here it is in regular musical notation. So, and then usually when I'm playing it back, usually when I'm playing it back, I have it like this, where it shows you all the spots it's going to hit on that bar. 5575, and then when you would play it, I don't know if it'll play on here. Whoop, 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 solo. This is not written as how the song is written. This is notepadding it. And then here's the chords: A sharp fifth, an F, a C, F sustained fourth. And then all these over here you can't even see because they're all written on top of each other. But when I come up with something, usually what I'll do is with this first run, then I'll go to scale and I'll go to scale finder and have it look for any scales that fit the first 3 bars, and then whatever it gives me. So let's see, what did this one come out to? G pentatonic minor mode. So then I would come up here and I would put everything into G. Pentatonic, pentatonic, minor mode. And now you see up there on the guitar, every note on a standard tuning, E, A, D, G, B, E, with just the bottom string being the low E. So it's like you're looking down at your guitar. Everything that's now lit up in these little red squares is now in that scale. And then I'll go around and I'll mess with the guitar until I find something I like. And so I did this original run. I was playing this on the guitar. So then I kicked up GP5 and I put it on here. I found the scale, and then I started messing around with the chords all over it. And that's what these are, me finding different chords. So there's your A sharp fifth, there's an F, there's a C, there's an F sustained fourth. And then trying to find ways to work them in. This is the second guitar part, me finding other stuff. 90% of what you see on here did not make it into the song. That's how it usually is. Um, and then down here on the bass, I only did 4 notes on the bass. But this is mainly my notepad. This is Guitar Pro 5. I've had this since, geez, like the early 2000s. When Guitar Pro 6 came out, you'll see, where is it at? Okay, so you'll see on here on the tablature part, see how these are all, eighth notes, eighth notes. Uh, there's a there's a rest, eighth, 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 rest. Then you'll see over here, you've got these quarter notes with these little lines on them. That's tremolo picking. So if you come down here, you put down a quarter note, and then you can make it tremolo pick either eighth notes, 16th notes, or 32nd notes. And these are 30 seconds? Yeah. So if you just play regular notes, they sound like this. Whoops, that one's not. Whoops, I forgot I was soloed on the wrong one. I'm not known for my intelligence. So they sound like regular eighth notes. But if you come here, these are going to be hyper-picked 30-second notes. And instead of having to put 32 of them across this one bar, I can put how long the single note's going to be and either make it 8th, 16th, or 32nd note tremolo picking. So when Guitar Pro 6 came out, I had a lot of my music uses tremolo picking. Guitar Pro 6 did not support this feature, didn't have it anymore. So it went from playing like this to playing like this. And when you have as many songs as I have on here and GP5, I remember I shot them an email and I was like, okay, this is very disappointing. Everything I wrote on your GP5 program will not play on your GP6 because you do not have the hyperpicking option anymore. And 90% of my music is hyperpicking. So I keep this version. I can't remember which version this is. It's like 5.8 or something. I keep this on my external hard drive so I can put it on whatever new computer I have because I won't do the new ones. I don't even know what 7 looks like because I'm not paying the money for it because I'm still writing everything on 5. So that's how I barnstorm ideas. And then usually, as you can see, if you look you can't see it up in the top. This is called mode, MOWED, like mowing the lawn, mode GP5. Because after I came home from the movie, I mowed the lawn and then I wrote this. So, all right, let's get off of this and let's go back to. Let's go back to. There we go. And then I'll minimize this. Be gone. All right. So now this track, I Seek. Let's look at the lyrics. I wrote these lyrics April 8th, 1996. I had just turned 25. My birthday's in March, so I had just turned 25. This was me making a declaration of I didn't care about anything around me. This is me with my defiance, not realizing it was my anxiety. It's like I was watching an interview with Devin Townsend once, and he said when he was doing Strapping Young Lad, he was trying to make people fear him because he was so afraid of being around people. And all that did was surround him by people that were the kind of people he didn't want to be around, to paraphrase. And so I kind of did the same thing. In high school, I tried to act funny, and I thought the best way to be funny was to act like I was stupid. And I think all I did was convince people I was stupid. And when it came to a lot of the stuff I was writing, I was like I was trying to prove to people that I was a badass and tough and everything when all I wanted to do was just go home and be away from people. So you can see the lyrics on this. Why fear what is to come? Why fear the last cycle of life? This mighty death is but nothing in my hands. Acceptance is what I give to thee. At one with the death I seek. And then this chorus, when I originally wrote it, at one with the air that surrounds me, at one with the earth that will encase me, at one with the water flowing through me, at one with the death I seek. It was more thrash. A lot of the stuff I was writing in the beginning was like a darkened thrash kind of sound. So this was originally like dun 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 dun. So it was more upbeat, more. Was still going to use some horrible music, but it was a lot more upbeat. Um, although the lyrical contents were not anywhere near as upbeat. So this one's 20 minutes, so you'll hear me click my microphone off, and I won't say another thing until this song is over. So I'll leave it sitting like this so you can see the lyrics. All right, and then hopefully this one plays louder, but no guarantees. So I'm going to shut up now, and for the next 20 minutes, you're going to hear this musical masterpiece. All right. So, a few things about that one I forgot to mention. So, the beginning of that track, I Seek, you'll hear the same structure that was the intro. So when I do the intros, I'll write the music and then I'll make the intro last, and I'll take what I did for the first track and I'll expand on it for the intro. So that's why the intro sounded a little bit like what you just heard with the first track. The beginning of it sounded like the intro. I do that more, like the intro to. I don't even know if I put an intro on it, but on whilst reading Obscurity, the first track, I had an intro for it that was pretty much everything the first track does, but orchestral and mixed around and moved around and whatnot. So, um, and then on this track, I Seek, I forgot that I had clean lyrics. This part here was all clean lyrics. I had completely forgotten about that. And then there was something else I wanted to say, and I forgot because that was a 20-minute long track. So, sue me. All right. So, this one is called Emptiness. And what's funny is Dosrith, my nephew, he lives next door to me, and he found a track on his. I use Studio One Pro to record my music, and then he was using a copy of mine because you get 5 licenses, and then he bought his own version. So he found something he had written a while back just to mess around with, and I lived with him for a while, and I left some of my song lyrics there. And so he gave it to me, and the beginning of it, he's singing, "Bring down the sun so my spirit can rise, call of the lost souls beckons at my inner self." And I was like, that sounds familiar. Why does that sound so familiar? And then I realized I wrote it. And I was like, oh, I already released that as Emptiness. You can't use that. So he could just call it a cover song. But this track was written, what is that, June 1st, 1997, or 96? June 1st, 1996. This was so a lot of the music that I write lyrically, some of it is just stream of consciousness. Whatever pops in my head, I write it down. So for Evil Trimegistus on this album up here, Residual Electrical Impulses of Tragedy, the song "I Welcome Death" is only 8 minutes long. The one I just lost when my hard drive crashed that I hadn't released yet was 30 minutes and 31 seconds long. The entire lyrics of that, when I was with um, my oh, I hate saying it, my soon to be ex-wife. When we were together the first time, we bought a 386 computer. That tells you how old I am. And I sat down one day and I was like, I've never tried using the Word program on this before. And I sat down and just had a vision in my head, and I wrote "I Welcome Death" just while I was sitting there. It just my excuse me. What I tell people is my brain puked it out, and I just put it where it goes. So that's kind of how this one is. This line, "Bring down the sun so my spirit can rise, call of the lost souls beckons at my forgotten inner self." Everything else is just, and it may not have been all written on June 1st, 1996. That part may have been written before that, and then on the first, I sat down. Wait a minute, holy crap! So today is the first. So this was written, what day? 38 years ago. Holy crap! To the day. Um, I have. Let me see. I had a picture. Let me see. Where is it? Here's some of them of when I was recording in 1997. I was recording to a 4-track tape recorder for the first demo. That's not the pictures. Crap, I don't have a picture of it. But on my Facebook page for Evil Trimegistus, there's a picture of my 3-inch ring binder of all the E-Trigs tracks, all the lyrics. I had a notepad that I kept with me that was called Songless, or it was called Unfinished Songs, and the first page was called Songless Titles. So if I came up with a good song title, but I couldn't be inspired enough to write the lyrics, I would put it on the songless titles. And then if I came up with a good idea, like the first 4 lines of this song, and then I couldn't come up with anything else because I don't want to force it because then it sounds horrible. I would write it down in the unfinished songs. And I think that's what I did with this one because I remember those first four lines the most. This one's a little shorter and I think it's a little faster. So, and I don't have, like I said, when I originally wrote it, it was more thrash sounding. And the chorus you'll see here: an empty home, meaningless, a quiet darkness within my empty chest. An empty home, emptiness, a quiet darkness within my empty chest. Originally, it was written: an empty home, meaningless, emptiness, a quiet darkness within my empty chest. But I decided to split it because it filled the song better. Less, less empty vocal parts with no music, or with just music, and more of my horrible. Oh, that's the other thing I want to talk about. I hate my vocals. I do them because I do all this by myself, so I don't want to rely on somebody else. So I just do it. I try to bury them. I do what Coroner did back in the day, um, where who was it? Ron Royce, was he the bassist slash vocalist? He would try to bury his vocals in the mix because the other two guys didn't want to sing, and so he would do it, but just try to bury himself because he didn't like it. So that's kind of what I'm doing with this. So this one's only 6.5 minutes long, so not too bad. So you'll hear me click to mute my mic, and then we'll start the track. Okay, so the first thing about this track, that ending, it's harder for me to play slow parts than it is for me to play fast parts. So when I listen, second thing, I don't listen to these tracks usually after I've done them. After I released them, I'll listen to them maybe once a year at the most. So I haven't listened to these in a long time since I released the last three last year. But the slow parts for me are very difficult to play because I don't know if it's because of my anxiety, but I want to get through the song as fast as possible. And then once the song is over, I'm like, crap, I want to do this again and I want to play it again. But when I write something slower, it's difficult for me to slow down and keep a slower tempo because I want to go so fast and get through the stupid thing. So, um, yeah, so that was one of the short ones. Okay, this one, Coldest Winter. This one's 15 minutes long. So this was written in 1997. So the woman that is going to be my ex-wife. God, I hate that. We were together the first time from like 1990 to 92, 93ish, and then we split up, and then we were together again for like 5 years later for like a few months, and then we split again, and then it wasn't until 2017 when we actually got married. So this track was written January of '97, and it's a song I wrote to her because I couldn't. I think we'd already broken up at this point. Remember the first time we were together? Gary was had just turned one, and then we broke up after he turned right as he was turning four. So this song was written about not having her anymore in my life, and I hated it. So actually, I think this is right before we dated the second time. I don't remember. I think because the second time we dated was right around the Super Bowl, and it was 5 years later, so I think it would have been the next year. So I went through a 5 year really bad depression after we broke up the first time. So, and like I said, I'll cover it in the podcast. It's not for here. So all these lyrics are were originally this was going to be a slow thrash song that was like a ballad type, but I turned it into a Fog Warrior track. So, like I said before, um, when did I write? Yeah, it was January 1st, 1997. So I'll play this one. It's about 16 minutes long. I On that last one, you saw I was moving the mouse to where the lyrics were that were going on at the time. I didn't do that. I do that subconsciously as I'm watching it. I'm like, okay, this is where I'm at. Now I'm here. Now I'm here. Now I'm here. Now I'm here. And it drives me nuts. So I don't want to do that. So I'll get this one started and then we'll go from there. So you'll hear me mute and then the song will start. All right, so that was Coldest Winter. Um, I'm gonna take a break for a second. I'll be right back. Give me like a minute and a half. I'll be right back. All right. So that was the first album of which I have sold zero copies, which is not the reason why I do it. I'm never going to get popular. I'm never going to make money off of it. The the original setup I was doing with E-Trig when I did these albums here. Whoop, ta-da! Whoop, let me get back on there. When I put this album out in 2006, its actual release date was 06/06/06. When I put this out, it was 50 CDs, and I think it cost me $350 at the time. And that was an investment I made into it. If I would have sold all the CDs for the $10 I was selling them for, I think I would have made double my money back, and then I would have bought more CDs. It would have been what's called sustaining. I would have put one initial investment in, and then all the money I made from it, I would just keep putting back into it. But then I never did any advertisement, and I never told anybody about it. And I think I advertised in like three. The internet wasn't that big yet. I advertised it in three or four underground zines. Never got any interest. My my PR skills are horrible. So that was the first album. Um, I was thinking of this when I was reading along with the lyrics. One thing when I record, so these lyrics, all this isn't all the lyrics. They're all the lyrics that I used in the song, but when I wrote the song, it's longer than this. I chopped it up to make it fit. And some of the stuff that I wrote, I was like, okay, that's too cheesy. I'm not going to use that. Let me take this piece out and I'll double this part up and I'll make it fit. It's like scrapbooking, I guess the best way to put it. I cut things up and move it around and do that. When I'm writing songs, I wish I had a way I could show you. Usually, if I'm writing a track, I'll write out like, well, what was it on emptiness? No, I seek. So when I came up with this line, no, it was emptiness. When I came up with this part, bring down the sun so my spirit can rise, call of the lost souls beckons at my forgotten inner self. If that I would put on and be like, okay, that's a good intro. That's the start. And then when I write, I may come up with something down here and I'll be like, okay, that needs to be near the end, and then I'll write it on the side of the page, or I'll flip over the page and write it on the back, or I'll write it sideways so I remember I got to use it somewhere. So writing my lyrics gets very messy. And then if I'm doing it in a public place, like I used to go to Starbucks in Tulare, California when I started a software company, and I would I took my 17-inch widescreen laptop. I would get a venti mocha frappuccino and a giant bottle of water, and I'd sit down with my laptop and I'd program, and then I'd take a break. And if I started writing song lyrics, I would do it by hand, and I would write the lyrics in a way that you couldn't read them by just looking over my shoulder. I would extend the ends of the letters to absurd lengths, and I could read it perfectly fine, but somebody just walking by and glancing over my shoulder wouldn't be able to make anything out of it. I don't have any pictures of what that looks like. No, I don't. So I just had a thing here recently where E-Trig, this band up here, my main band, I was going to release an album. And I didn't realize that was still up. It had been a while. And so I was going to release an album, and I started working on it. And some of the tracks I had already recorded like 15 years ago. And I had made the announcement that A Remnant of an Old World and Enemy of the New was going to be the new E-Trig album. And then, like, a few days after I announced that, my hard drive crashed, and all the music I'd done in the last 30 years that wasn't completed was gone. They were able to save stuff off of it. It was, I think I have 2 terabyte or two. I don't remember how big the hard drive was. I think it was I really don't remember how big the hard drive was. They saved 2/3 of it, but they saved it without file names. So I have 2/3 of a hard drive worth of 0000001 dot whatever 0000000 dot 2 whatever. If you've ever recorded with um, software on a computer before, there's so much stuff that has to be saved, and so it could take me years to go through the 35 gig of music I had that I was working on. So that's when I decided I would just do Infernal Land. So because I had been sitting on that one since 1990. So right, so that was Unconquered. Oh, I was gonna say about the lyrics too. Um, when I recorded the lyrics for this album, I was living in Exeter, California, which is I've forgotten to change. You'll see over here. Um, I would only record lyrics if nobody was in the house, which was very hard to do because it was me, my wife, my stepdaughter, and then my wife's cousin and his son all lived in a small 3 bedroom house. And I would not record any lyrics with anybody in the building. I had to have nobody there. So luckily, Kevin and his son Joey, they were traffic control, so they were gone all week. And then Ambria was in school, and then my wife worked. So when they were at work and I wasn't working when I first moved there, then I would feel comfortable to do the lyrics. And I would get really nervous that somebody was going to come in the door while I was in the room, our bedroom, recording lyrics, and they would hear me, and whole anxiety thing going on. So that's the first album. Let's get going to the second album. Oh, wow, that's a loud motorcycle going by outside. All right, second album. We're not doing Symphony of the Forgotten Soul single because it's on Motionless Nothingness. So this cover is here in Crescent City again. Um, this is, I don't know, is this Smith River? I don't know which river this is. I came up here in 2010 because my nephew Dosworth lived up here, and he was driving me back to Exeter or Visalia at the time. I was living in Visalia, which is right next to Exeter, so 600 miles south. And on the way back, we stopped here, and this is black and white. I made it black and white, but it was actually in color. It had hailed earlier, and it looked like snow in some places with how much hail was on the ground. But this, I wanted him to take a picture of this beautiful background, and then that little dot in the middle is me way off in the distance. I saw it's a ripoff of the Muppets of all things. What is that? Muppets from Space, and there's Gonzo's talking about how Kermit's got Miss Piggy, and everybody's got somebody else, and then there's one picture of Gonzo by himself on the beach, and I was like, that is a powerful picture, even though it's a Muppet. And so when Michael wanted to take a picture of me, I was like, wait, let me go all the way over there to where the river's coming around the corner, and then take a picture, so I'm just a tiny little dot off in the distance. So that's what we did. And originally, if you were here at the beginning of this an hour and a half ago, when I was talking about the album for my Mutemcag project, it's called Monument of Emotionless Nothingness. It was originally titled Monument of Motionless Nothingness. But my cousin, who I live with, Tommy, aka Gorelord, he when I told him that title, Monument of Motionless Nothingness, he said, I think it'd sound better if you did it as Emotionless Nothingness. And I was like, okay, sure. So when I did this years later, I was like, okay, I'm going to use motionless nothingness on this one because it means more to me in my cranium. So this one was recorded July 7th, 2018. Let me see. All music, title, and lyrics by me, so nobody helped. Logo by me. Yep, I drew that. Cover by me. Picture is of me in the far back middle picture. Stand by. It is Smith River. I have to give Dawsrith credit for taking that picture. He's the one that took the picture. All right. So this is the intro, and like I said, Symphony of Forgotten Souls is a 25-minute long track. So it's a good time to take a bathroom break, I would guess. And I'll talk about that one in a minute. But Motionless Nothingness, the intro, goes off of what some of the guitar parts are in Symphony of the Forgotten Souls. So I'm going to mute, and there's no lyrics, it's an instrumental. And then we will go through this one. Okay, so that I love writing orchestral pieces. I love it. I have a project on my Happy Bandcamp page called The Bard of Far Ice, where it's nothing but classical music. I do like nonettes and symphonies. I think there's three major ones I've done. Um, Far Ice, Extremes in Chaos Theory, and what was the third one? Oh, the third one's in Icelandic. It means still waters run deep. Um, and then nonettes, which are orchestral pieces for 9 instruments, which I do it as two bass, two cello, two viola. What was that 2, 4, 6, and then three violins, and I spread them all out. So each bass is one's far right, one's far left, and then the violas are a little bit closer to the middle, one left, one right, and then no, the cello, and then the viola, one left, one right, a little bit closer to the middle, and then the three violins are one left, one right, one in the middle. But that's on the happy page. But I love writing orchestra. One of the things about me and my soon-to-be ex-wife, when we were together the first time, we were massive metalheads. Our house was full of heavy metal. Um, my stepson Carrie was only like 2, 3, and 4 years old, but he was already a metalhead. Long-haired little kid. He was awesome. Um, but our song was Dvorak's Slavonic Dance Number 2, Opus 76, or 76, 72, 76, one of those. It's the most beautiful song I've ever heard in my life. So you'd have all this King Diamond playing, and Tiamat and Samuel and all this awesome metal playing, and then all of a sudden you just hear this insanely beautiful classic piece. So I love doing that. This track, Symphony of the Forgotten Souls, the original. Okay, so this is going to be probably the only place you'll hear this, but I'm putting it on YouTube afterwards. This stream. The original track, Symphony of the Forgotten Souls, when I wrote it, it wasn't 25 minutes long. Um, the original guitar line for it was really heavy, chunky, and then it had hyper picking, and then it was chunky. So it was like dun 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 na 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 dun 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 dun. But it wasn't eighth notes; it was hyper picked, and then just muted chunking dun 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 dun. And the lyrics were written. I was talking to before I ever got to date my wife. I had a massive crush on her, and I was talking to her cousin who was working at a movie theater, and she went outside for a smoke break, and I thought she was going to smoke a cigarette. Well, that wasn't what she was smoking, and it made me very uncomfortable, and so I just kind of stepped farther back so I wouldn't get a contact high. And then I had my checkbook with me, and on one of my checks, or not my checks, but the actual register inside my checkbook, I started writing the lyrics for this. I actually wrote this part: ripped apart from this mortal life to the grave of the dying souls, under a blanket of the rotting stench from the mass of the twisted dead. And then it sat like that. And as a matter of fact, one thing I do with my lyrics is I usually print them out. I put them in the computer, print them out, and put them in a page protector. Nerd alert. But in the back of the page protector, whatever I wrote it on originally is in there with it. So I think the check receipt, or not receipt, register page that I started writing this on is in the back of the page protector. I mean, I have stuff like, I don't drink, but I used to designate a drive for people, and I started writing song lyrics one day while I was down in my free Pepsis on a napkin. And so one of my songs has a napkin in the back of it because that's where I started writing the lyrics. So this one, the music on it, I had picked up the guitar one day, and a lot of the stuff that I have is by accident. I mean, I'll sit down and write stuff, but then some stuff, like I wrote a song, I've written, what language am I speaking? I've written quite a few songs where I would be like drinking a Pepsi with one hand, and my left hand would be on the guitar neck, and I would just be moving it around, and then I would hear something and stop, and then I would try to figure out what I wanted to do with it. This one, I threw my hands on the neck and just made up a chord. I didn't just did it without thinking. I just threw my hands up there. I was like, whatever, just put something there. And then I did a picking pattern on it, and then I started messing with that one picking pattern a little bit. And I gotta get a drink. Hold on. And I played it for my best friend Jason, who's not a metalhead in the slightest. And he was like, "Wow, that sounds cool. Play that again." And he just kept having me play it over and over and over again. So at the beginning of this, the guitar line that you hear playing is that line Jason loved. And so that's why this song ended up 25 minutes long, because I got feedback that somebody really likes this part. So I was like, okay, I will use it. Then I'll use it for all it's worth in this track. So, and on this one, I know I have clean vocals. All of this here: pray for your escape, pray for repentance, pray for your life, pray for your death. There's no escape. You just rot away. And then, do I have it down here? No, because originally where it says, "Where's your God, your eternal Lord? No escape. You just rot away." And then this was here, and then it would say, "No escape. You just rot away and pray, pray for escape, pray for repentance, pray for your life." So, but these are clean because these are during the the part I was talking about that Jason liked, and then this is when it picks up. So this one's going to be 25 minutes and 32 seconds long. So I will be very quiet for a while. I'm trying to think of what else was on here. The actual guitar line that I had for this, I may use was Ligor because it's a chunky guitar line, but we'll see. So I'm muting. Enjoy the next 26 minutes. Okay, I'm unmuting. I think this one, for some reason, I've had issues where it won't play all the way through the song. It'll get about 3/4 of the way through and then it'll just freeze. So if that happens, then we'll just move on. So let me restart that. I apologize for the inconvenience. And the drummer has caught fire. All right, so in that you hear something that I don't like doing. You heard harmony solos. Dun dun dun. Um, I'm not a soloist. I've never studied to be a soloist. I don't care for solos. If the guitar line, if the song itself is not enough to impress somebody, then doing a solo, I just don't have the ego for it. So if the song itself is not good enough and you're looking for a solo to see how good of a guitarist I am, you're never going to find one. So this is one of the rare occasions where I actually wrote something, and then one of the tracks on the first album, I think I had a harmony solo. You'll never hear me doing like a solo kind of solo. I take that back. One of these tracks I think actually has like the beginning of a solo, and then I did away with it. So, and this is also a song that I wrote um, where I have a lot of rhyming going on. Some of the songs I write, like I Welcome Death, there's not a single track on that one for Evil Trismegistus that rhymes, not a single spot. So on this one, there's a lot of rhyming spots on it. So when I first started writing when I was a teenager, I thought it had to be like poetry and everything had to rhyme. And then the more I started getting into the more underground music, I was like, it's more stream of consciousness. You don't have to make it rhyme. It doesn't have to be this length. You don't have to have it in this time signature. So then I just kind of opened the door. And I use a quote from Pirates of the Caribbean. There's no rules, there's guidelines. And so you can play what you want. John Cage, you can do just a track that's nothing but silence. I mean, it's whatever you want to do. And one of the things I really disagree with is like America's Got Talent and the shows like that, where if somebody gets up and they try to sing and then they ridicule them in front of millions of people and tell them they suck, I hate that because even if you can't sing, by all means sing because music is insanely awesome. So even if you suck at it, still do it. I mean, I don't think I'm very good at it, but I still do it. So you can't. Every memory I have has some kind of music wrapped around it. So don't ever tell somebody you suck, don't sing. Just tell them, you sound unique. I mean, it's you can be honest and tell them, you're not a very good singer, but don't stop singing. Just keep singing. This one here, after I just said everything I give people credit, I don't think I gave Tom credit on this. Nope. And you saw this on the bottom of Symphony of Forgotten Souls. There's no date. It's because I started writing the first part, like I said before the song, and then the rest of it was written at a later date. And when I finished it, I didn't put the date down. And I do that off and on. So if you look at the last list I had of the songs that I kept for all the songs I had written, I think it stops at 700. And you can see there's a lot of them where I didn't keep the dates. So I hate that because I need to know. So this song was inspired by two things. One, it was inspired by a guy named Tom that I worked with at the Visalia Walmart back in the mid late '90s, and a song by Tiamat, where at the end he says, "My life is only worth living for a king." So as everything's ringing out, "Darn, my life is only worth living for a king." It was not a track originally on the CD. It was an added track. It was a bonus track. And so I did that here, so I kind of ripped that part off. But Thomas, so there was a guy named Tom. When I worked for Walmart in Visalia and then everywhere within 100 miles of Visalia from 1995 until 2006. And when I was in Visalia, there was a guy named Tom. He was born with a genetic defect where his arms extended just a little bit past his elbows, and then he had, I wouldn't say, well, I can't remember if they were actual hands or just like parts of hands on the ends of his arms. He was the cart guy for the Walmart I worked at. He was one of the funniest people to ever meet, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. He was also a substitute teacher. So the guy, for whatever reason, was just one of the greatest people ever. I remember asking him one day, "Hey Tom, how you doing today?" And he said something to me, and I'll paraphrase it. He was like, "I'm not doing good. I'm never going to be with anybody because I'm always going to be alone. I'm working my butt off, and I'm never have nobody to share my life with. And then he started talking about doing harm to himself, the grand harm, and he goes, because sometimes I hear the whispers, and I was like, that is the coolest song title I've ever heard in my life. But then back then I felt the same way. I was really bad with my depression, and I didn't know how to talk to him about it. I didn't feel comfortable telling him I feel the same way because I couldn't do that. I didn't know I had my anxiety disorder back then. So I was uncomfortable doing it, but I wrote down I hear the whispers, and then years later, as you'll see, this one doesn't have a date on it either. I actually wrote the track. So, and it's how I felt at the time, which is pretty horrible. So this one's only 6 minutes long. I can't remember. I think it's a faster track, but like I said, after I record these, I listen to them maybe once a year, if even that much. So I'm discovering them along with you. So mutant, and then I'll see you in about 6.5 minutes. So I think what I'm going to do is I need to come down here and switch this to music titles and lyrics by Jonathan Evil, and then put down here title for I Hear the Whispers by Tom, because I don't remember his last name. I don't think I ever knew his last name, but because I need to give him credit for that. That is not my title. That was his title. I wrote the song, I wrote the lyrics. That was his title. Um, Cerebus Awaits. This one, so this is kind of a little bit of a long story. The original music I had for this was just a lot of fat chords, and then the vocals were death, the end, or is it the beginning? Questionable presence upon the rock called Earth. Come back and tell me about reality. Explain again the role of mankind. Um, this song, and it sounded more like Candlemass than anything else, which is Black Sabbath wannabe, I guess. Although I never listened to Black Sabbath. Um, this song was written. Do I have the date? I do not. Way to go, Jonathan. Um, So I've been in a bunch of bands that went nowhere. Met some people I wish I never would have met. Met some people that I'm glad I met. It's pretty much life. There was a guy. See, I did the thing again. I told you at the beginning of the stream, I'm going to do that a lot. I hate it when I hear other people do it, and then I do it myself. So there was a guy I went to school with named Matthew Ransberger. I never hung out with him, never paid any attention to him. And then, as I mentioned before, the place Lions we used to go to in the middle of the night and just drink soda. He would do the same thing with his friends. He was not a metalhead. He was more into Skinny Puppy and stuff like that. And I just knew him from school. It was I knew who he was. I never talked to him. And then I remember he was with a guy named Justin, and I can't remember if his last name was Justin Sprague or if that's a different Justin. But this Justin was also into industrial kind of Skinny Puppy type of music. He had a scar on the side of his face from the corner of his mouth up his cheek, from where, as a child, he had bit into a lamp cord that was plugged in, and it shocked the crap out of him. Here's a story about him, real quick. Sidebar: we were at Denny's, or not Denny's, we were at Lions one night, and it was me, him, Matthew Ransberger, Ruskell, the Muscle, the Big Fat Corpuscle, my buddy Russell Gooden, and I think somebody else. I can't remember who else. And we're all joking around and doing what we normally do. I'll go over more of that in the podcast. I was going to say the iPod. I don't own an iPod. And we all got up to leave, and Justin stood up, and then he goes, "Wait a minute!" And he sat back down, and he put his head down, he put his hands down on the table, and put his head down on top of his hands, and he just sat there for about 5 minutes. And so we just all sat back down, and we were like, "Okay, I guess we can have another soda." And then he lifted his head up after 5 minutes, and he went, "Okay, please take me to the hospital." So this is like 2 o'clock in the morning. So we are driving through Visalia, California at insane speeds at the time when all the drunks are out. Um, because I think I took him because Matthew didn't have a car. Matthew had a scooter. And I dropped him off, and then he called his parents. He was in his early 20s, but he still called his parents. And I found out later when we started, he came back and we were hanging out at Lions again, that they told him in the emergency room that when he stood up, his heart stopped. And then when he sat back down and he put his hands down and put his head back down onto his hands and just sat there, with his head bowed on the table, he got his heart to start again. And so he knew, I just touched the mic, sorry. He knew he had done something was not right. And so that's when he sat up and he was like, "Take me to the emergency room." And we were like, "Oh my God, let's go." Because he was not a type of guy like a hypochondriac. He was not the kind of person that would do that kind of thing. So somehow they came over to our table and they were asking, they started talking about the music they were doing that Matthew wasn't doing, but Justin was doing. And he was creating a band he called Ignis Acid. Ignis was Latin for humans, I guess, or people, and acid was acid. So he said his explanation of the title was igneous acid because people are the acid eating away at the earth and all this stuff. And he wanted it to sound like Ministry or Skinny Puppy or something industrial. And so he asked me if I could play drums, and I said yes, I can play drums. And he goes, "Well, would you help me out with this band and be my drummer?" And I was like, "I guess." He goes, "Come to my house, bring your drum set, and I'll test you out." So I took at the time I had a really ragtag drum set because I grew up in abject poverty, and so it was part of a friend's drum set, part of a guy I went to school with's drum set, older drum set, thrown together. And I remember sitting in his garage and going, "What kind of drum beat do you want me to play?" And he goes, "Play as fast as you can. Don't worry about rhythm." And I was like, "Okay." So I did that. And I was just playing what I called ATBs, average thrash beat, which is just bass snare, bass snare, bass snare, bass snare, but as fast as you could play it. And he told me I got the job. I was like, "Oh, cool." And then he moved away, and I never saw the drum set again. But Matthew was uh, one of those guys that thought a lot. I mean, he was a deep thinker. He was hilarious. He had a very insane sense of humor. I remember we created a skit while we were sitting there one night of the Department of Redundancy, and it was so Monty Python. "Hello, thank you for calling the Department of Redundancy. This is Jonathan at the Department of Redundancy. Hello." And I remember we left one night, and then I was going to see him, I think, a week later. And one of my friends I saw, I think, almost a week later, I ran into them and they said, "Hey, did you go to the funeral?" And I was like, "What? What funeral?" And they go, "Matt's funeral." And I was like, "Matt who?" They go, "Matt Ransberger." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" They said, Matt died." I was like, "How?" He said he had a Vespa scooter. He was riding his scooter home and he had a green light and he went through the intersection and a little old lady ran the red light and hit him on his Vespa scooter and didn't realize she had hit him because she was a little old lady and hit him and continued halfway down the street. I didn't know of this. Nobody called me and told me about this. I didn't find out until after the funeral was over. So it took me a good 2 or 3 years to find his gravestone at the cemetery in Visalia because, unbeknownst to me, his name was not Matthew Ransberger. His name was Jonathan Matthew Ransberger. So looking for all the Matthew Ransbergers got me nothing. Finding Jonathan Matthew Ransberger, they told me, "Oh yeah, he's over here in this spot right over here." So I went to his grave when I first found it, and I put an upside down coffee cup with a candle on top of it on his grave, and lit the candle and just let it burn. So this track was me trying to deal with that shock because I'd have people die before, but not like that. I'd had people who died that I was like, yeah, that guy's not going to last very long, kind of thing. This was holy crap. This was Matt. So this was me questioning because I was in a really bad depression when I was in my teens and 20s, and it kind of subsided a little bit because the anxiety took over. But this was me contemplating what I was thinking, and then the fact that I'm sorry, I keep clearing my throat. The fact that Matt was gone. So you'll see on here where I say, "Come back and tell me about reality. Explain again the role of mankind, overflowing depression." This was when I wrote this. It was very. That's probably why there's no date because it was very hard for me to write. And this is very redundant. Into the void, cease to exist. End of mortality, cease to exist. Close your eyes now and forever. Eternal sleep, cease to exist. Fading beneath, cease to exist. No longer pain, cease to exist. In mourning for the rest of our lives, Cerebus awaits, cease to exist. So this is kind of me writing a song to him, even though he's not here anymore. Um, like I said, it was a hard one for me to take. He was not family, but it felt like family. So I will mute, and then in 17 minutes we will go over anything else. Album number two is done. All right. So one thing I wanted to talk about in this, I don't know if you've noticed, if anybody's even listened to this. I am not a fan of the spaz endings or the fade outs. I hate fade outs. It's to me, it's you spend all this time coming up with music and you write a song, and then at the end you just go, screw it, just play it, and then we'll just drop the vocals on. We'll drop the level on it, and we'll just let it fade out that way. I hate that. The same with the spaz ending, where every song's got to end with the drummer kicking up the dun 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 dun. It's like just have a freaking ending. That's what I try to do with my songs. There's very few that I have a spaz ending on, and there's very few that have a fade out. I know I've done it once or twice, so but I can't. I just don't like dealing with that. I think it's very what's the word I'm looking for? Lazy to spend all that time coming up with something that you think is a good thing. You like it. It's your song. You want to get it out there, and then you come to the end of it and you're like, whatever, we're done. I hate it. Hate it. So there's that one. So next we go to two EPs, and then we have a full album, and then we'll go from there. So Woods of Suicides. I actually, so with my thousand or so tracks I have written, I have concept albums I've written. So Inferno Land, the one I'm doing right now, the 23 track album that I'm recording right now, that's a concept album. I have another concept album called Hung Like a Corpse on a Stake and Bleeding, which is based on the Sleep of Ishtar from an Necronomicon. That's an album and a half. Then I have one called Jackhammer in My Head, which is a thrash one I wrote about somebody getting addicted to drugs and trying to get off of them. And then I have one called The Woods of Suicides, which is a song I wrote about um, all the stuff that was going through my head when I was younger about wanting to die and then not wanting to die because there was so much stuff I don't know. I love science. I want to be around long enough to get as many answers as I can. So this album I just named The Woods of Suicides is not to be confused with the concept album. This is an EP. It has an intro, a song, and then Arsenic Eater, which is freaking weird. And so this is the shortest one I have for Fog Warrior. Um, yeah, so this was going to be a third album, but time issues made it an EP instead. This was released July 6th, 2018. So July 6th is in the middle of, I was a traffic, wait a minute, 2018? Was I already doing traffic control? Yeah, I was doing traffic control. So this would have been the summer, so I would be out holding traffic in the road. So this must have been on a weekend, I guess. But I didn't have time to finish whatever tracks I had for this. So that became the next EP. Well, it didn't even become the next EP because the next EP was written all at once. So I just named this one "The Woods of Suicides." This picture is a negative I did in Photoshop. It's an actual picture I took while I was holding traffic in Yosemite Valley. It was a tree. This tree here. I'm standing in a road and I'm taking a picture, looking like at a 45-degree angle up behind me, and it looks the way it does because there was what's called a light plant underneath it, which is a engine with lights on it to light up the road because we were working overnight, so people can see me standing there in my bright yellow reflective high vis outfit. And the way the lights were coming up on that, it made it look so cool. I don't think I have the original picture. And if I did, I think it would take me forever to find it. Yeah, I don't think I have it. So I inverted it, and this version of the Fog Warrior logo, I inverted the logo, and instead of just making it like white, it made it like white and then fading into a gray gradient, and it looked so cool. I was like, I need to keep that. That's awesome. I want this to look like that. So this one, uh, Prayer of Death, was originally written for what would have been the third album, and I'll get into that in a minute. So this is Woods of Suicides. This is just the intro. Obviously, no lyrics. I will be back in 4 minutes. I think that's one of the shortest ones. Actually, Arsenic Eater is actually shorter than that one. So this EP is kind of weird because it's a short one on a project where I write really long songs. But then again, when we get to Whilst Rooted in Obscurity, I think there's two songs that are one's 12, one's 17, but for the most part they're shorter tracks. So, like I said, when I do intros like that, I do the orchestral intros. They're based off of what the guitar structure is for the next track. So, this one, Prayer of Death, I think this is one of the songs I wrote when I was trying to be tough sounding. Oh no, this is a frustration one. What future do you think I have? For I can see nothing ahead of me except for darkness, emptiness, blackness. And if you notice, there's no bridge. It's all just a, it's like a puke of words out in the middle of nowhere. There's no date, so I don't know when I wrote this one. So let's give this one here. I'll see you in 10 minutes. As I stated, I don't like them fading out. I don't like the spaz ending, so you see that one just boom, you're done. Let the reverb ring out, you're done. One of the things that's the song I was talking about where I said I don't do solos other than um, melody, rhythm. What I call it? Shoot, I forgot what I called it already. But this one was more of an actual solo, kind of very cheesy, very. I didn't want to go into trying to do any two hand tapping or any stupid stuff like that. I don't want to do that. I don't need to do that. It doesn't fit what I'm doing. So that was about as much of a solo as you're going to hear, other than what you heard on the other ones where it's just not a rhythm solo. Shoot, what did I call it? Anyway, this next one is weird. So there's a guy, it's an instrumental. There's a guy from Japan named Asio Tomita. If you've never heard of a Moog or Moog or however you pronounce it, synthesizer from the 70s, the one that was the size of an office room with thousands of dials and chords running all over the place and whatnot. Aseo Tomita took the first album I ever heard of his was Pictures at an Exhibition. He was doing Mussorgsky's Pictures at an Exhibition. And there's a track in it that is just ominous sounding. It is so dark and ominous. And he can make that electronic keyboard sound like a human being humming and whistling, and you would listen to it and think that it was somebody standing there humming, but it's not. He did it on the compute on the knobs on this keyboard in the 1970s. So um, I always wanted to write something that was like that track. I wasn't sure if I could do it, but I wanted to try. And so Arsenic Eater, when I started writing it, is more. I don't even know how to explain it. It's only 3 minutes long, but it's mainly on bass, and I think I did it on the fretless, my Fender fretless bass that was custom made for me. That it's just weird. It's not metal. And then the title Arsenic Eater. I love reading about, you know, real life murder inquiries and stuff like that from history. And arsenic eater was something that was actually an issue back in the day when people would eat little bits of arsenic, not enough to kill you, but then they would build up an immunity to it and just eat little bits more and more, and then it would drive them nuts. And they called them arsenic eaters. And so the one I read was about a guy who killed his wife because he was an arsenic eater and went mad and just one day killed his wife. So I thought the title Arsenic Eater, just that name was something I was like, I got to do something with that because nobody else is ever going to put out something called Arsenic Eater. Of course, now that I say that, there's probably 100 billion songs out there called Arsenic Eater, but this one is just weird. So if you're here to listen to black metal, skip past this one because it's weird. I told you it was weird. Right, so that's that one. That's the EP. That one was released middle of July 2018. This next one I think was Painful Exit from the Beautiful Life. This one was released later. Yeah, this is 2019. So this song by itself, 966, is what this was written around. Um, I had this one done and finished in February, and then the next month, in March, I think I had everything ready for um, While Rooted in Obscurity. And then it was like a month later, but it wasn't released until it was supposed to be released in September. It got pushed back to October. That was the one. I'll go into that when I get to it. But this one was the actual album for it. I think I have it written on that page. It was written. All of it was written like right after this, because after March and April I would be out holding traffic again, and I wouldn't be home for. I'd be home one day a week until October. So this one's based around this track 966, which, like I said, the old murder mysteries and stuff like that. Not mysteries because that's novels and whatnot. Actual police cases. 966 is based off a guy who was a massive drug addict, had a very beautiful girlfriend that he killed, and he thought he was God and he was starting a new religion. And 666 wasn't the number of the beast; it was 966. And when he went to court, he didn't care that he was going to court for murder. He just wanted everybody to have free drugs. And look at Portland, Oregon now. So, of course, there's no lyrics for the intro. This one's a little longer, it's 5 minutes. So I will see you in 6 minutes. Reverbed out again. Okay, so I don't remember writing that one. That one sounds really nice. So this track, this is what I was talking about. So this is where you get the title, A Painful Exit from Beautiful Life, because it's down here. Where is it? Fatal Mistake, Time to Die, A Painful Exit from a Beautiful Life. So the thing that bothers me about this track, the guitar line, you'll hear it goes da 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 da. What's actually played is da 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 da. But the got lost in the mix, and I could not get it to come out. So it's there, you just can't hear it. So this one's 11 minutes. It's a really disturbing story. I chopped it up and made it as small as possible, but still came to 11 minutes. So, and one of the things that I was talking about, I was thinking of, every time I start a song, I think of the same thing. I hate my vocals. I know I said it earlier, but I really hate my vocals. And when I'm writing a song, I'll usually write the music first, and then I'll find lyrics that'll fit it. And then when the lyrics that you hear on these recordings are usually the first take. Because what I'll do is I will have the music almost completely done. I'll find lyrics. I'll listen to the song over and over again. There's a spot on my YouTube, on Tolnorz on YouTube, TOLNORZZ, where I have the last one of the last albums I put out and the last EP I put out without any vocals, and I just put them up as a demo to say, look, I've been sitting on this for 2 years. This is what it sounds like. And there's like 90 plays on it, of which I think 88 are mine, because I would play it and I would be looking for lyrics, and when I would find lyrics that would fit it, then I would be going over as the song's playing in my head where I'm going to put the lyrics and how I'm going to make them fit. And then once I have an idea, then I'll record the lyrics right then. So there's some spots that I can hear in these songs where my vocals are off. I know what the rhythm was supposed to be, and then I'll hear that I came in a little late because I forgot I needed to come in there. But very rarely did I do any second or third takes. It was almost all one take. It was written that day and then recorded that day on like 90% of it. Very little of it for Fog Warrior did I have the vocal pattern mapped out the way you see it. So like I said with the other one on Symphony of the Forgotten Souls, the 25-minute track, that originally was a whole different setup. It was very chunky, and the lyrics were, ripped apart from this mortal life into the world of the dying souls. It wasn't anything like what it turned out to be. So with E-Trig, or Evil Trimagistus, I call it E-Trig for short. E-Trig is different because a lot of the times as I'm writing it, I'll have the lyrics in my head, or I can read the lyrics and I can get the music for the song just by reading the lyrics. I can get the vocal pattern I want just by reading the lyrics. So with Fog Warrior, it's completely different. I kind of, how can I put it? I kind of starve myself of how the lyrics are going to be until right as I'm about to do them. And then they fit. I make them fit. I love doing it, but I hate my vocals. I hate the way they sound. Anyway, this is 966, a very disturbing story. Remember, dun, 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 dun. So in the original version that I wrote of this, I actually have his name in here and I have her name in here. And here I just, where it says here, where's it at? Let's play God, I'll be the Lord. Right before it says, I need not forgiveness, I search for fairness, I had a line with his name in it. I took that out. And then here, angelic figure, then it said her name, and I took that out. I mean, I left in when she died, the date she died, and the date he was taken away. And then I left in a spot where it said, right here, the new Lord is taken away, no complaints, no regrets. And then it says, wanting to give free drugs to everyone. And I was like, no, I'll just take that out. That doesn't fit. I forgot to talk about the cover. So the Woods of Suicide cover was taken when I was holding traffic for in Yosemite Valley and Yosemite National Park at night. This is me standing on the side of a cliff in Sequoia National Park holding traffic. This is a top of trees. That's how steep the cliff is. I'm looking over the top of trees that are on the side of the cliff. This is the other side of the valley. I'm about 5 to 7,000 feet up, and this is the fog that was rolling in that came in below us, and then this is right before it overshot me like a wave of cloud. And I thought that was just a cool shot. But unfortunately, the picture is not square. The picture is wider, so you can see how it cut off the part of painful and it cut off part of the logo. It's just first world problems. I mean, it's not a big deal. Releasing to Death. So this whole EP is based around 966 because the painful exit from a beautiful life is taken from the lyrics. It's right here. The painful exit from a beautiful life. And then this instrumental, Release into Death, is right. Release into death. Where's it at? Right there. Release into Death. So, and it's just an instrumental. It's 8 minutes long. I right now cannot remember for the life of me what it is because I listen to 966 because I like that first guitar line, especially when it hits the high notes. Da-da-da. I love that sound, but um, I have not listened to the instrumental in a long time, so I will shut up and I will see you in 8 minutes. I think the end of that had something playing very quietly, but I can't remember. So every time on here where I've gone, I don't remember this track. As soon as it starts playing, I 100% remember the track. Excuse me. So, and you can notice from the first album we listened to, Sun Conquered, to this album, that I've gone from where I started, and it was more experimental, and it was more in the vein of Monotheist from Celtic Frost, to this sounds brighter and more, I want to say mainstreamish. What is going to happen is this album here, whilst rooted in obscurity, is going to be more along that line. And then these start going back a little farther. These start going back into what I was originally trying to do. So, what I'm going to do, this has been 4 hours. I'm going to stop here because we're exactly in the middle. We've done two full length albums, two EPs, and then next stream next week, I'll do these three full length albums and one EP. And then maybe I'll even throw in Aaron Azanomus. So thanks for watching, and then if you want to go back and watch this again, it'll be on my YouTube. If you're watching this on YouTube, I am not. Um, I don't make any money from it, so it's all for free. So go to my Bandcamp. You see the name right there, Jonathan Evil at Bandcamp. Spend billions of dollars, make me the next Bill Gates, and I'll keep making music. Even if you don't, I'll still be making music. But I will see everybody next week. If in between then I may have streams with Dawsrith playing games, but the next music one going over the rest of the albums will be next week. Later, everybody.